Alright guys, and welcome to breaking news on the Windsor Ambassador Bridge. Now, if you guys don't know already, we are able to now obtain aerial footage of exactly what is going on the spot, and stay tuned because it's going to be a crazy day. As you guys know, we're going to be going through a lot of the notes. We have some people on the ground participating in the protests, but we currently have aerial view of exactly what's going on. We're already seeing police vehicles, RCMP vehicles, gathering up in the area. OPP, all of the police forces have now joined together, and they've kind of set up a line to, not allow any new protesters to come in and participate with these people. Now, if you guys don't know already, as of yesterday at 12 a.m., the Windsor police officially got an injunction granted, which criminalized anybody on the border and participating in the protest. And we did hear that yesterday at midnight was when it was supposed to get serious. Up until then, really nothing happened. And earlier today, we did start to see a lot of outside police forces, like the RCMP, like the OPP, really come in and participate in this, blockade, fighting against this blockade. And in addition to all of this, we do see them come in with major high-tech vehicles, high-equipment type vehicles, to prepare for, possible towings of vehicles and things like that. And so as you guys can see in the aerial view right there, there's plenty of cars, plenty of police officers in all directions. And again, the whole idea here is to stop protesters from coming in. We just got news that vehicles are now being towed and have begun getting taken out, towed of course. Again, it's quite crazy how this is unfolding. The nice thing is no real confrontations as of now. Everything is fine. There isn't any, any violence. And of course, there was a report here. And it's quite crazy with all of this towing. There's still plenty of vehicles, still plenty of enforcement officers, all for the same cause of trying to keep this under control. And again, we really don't know what to expect as of this point in time. At any moment, this could just flip and everything could change. But as of now, once again, everything is still under control. We did get reports of police enforcement towing a few vehicles as well, kind of getting prepared for going in for real. And we'll just have to see how this really unfolds. As you can see with the vehicles right there, loads of buses. We have, you know, plenty of trucks, but I think the idea here is they're trying to outnumber the people. Right now we have aerial view, live aerial view, guys. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And let everybody see this, guys. This is the real deal unfolding right here, right in front of you guys. So, and in a short little bit, we'll be able to get somebody that's on the ground right now, letting us know exactly what's happening. One of the reporters, and we'll be going through what they think of what's going on exactly. But as of now, everything is really on a standstill, but the police has really started towing vehicles, has begun using those towed vehicles, which, you know, if we redirect back to what we said yesterday, where, you know, towing companies didn't accept participating in this towing process, but what they did, what the government did do is head to other cities and provinces, and in this case, the one that was most giving was the governor of Michigan in the United States of America, and she willingly provided the Ontario Premier with equipment to tow some of these trucks, some of these heavy equipment that was on the border blocking it, because at the end of the day, that impacted her as well. You know, a lot of automotive jobs were gone, a lot of nurses, anybody that worked to cross border wasn't able to do so, and this is what we heard of as of yesterday. Cross border wasn't no big trucks left, not really any big trucks. There is a few though, there is a few in the back. Well, thank you, Mr. Heat, thank you so much, no problem. Hit that subscribe button, guys, if you guys didn't enter, and share this, like the live stream. Somebody said flip the switch for crypto. But after this point again, you know, still no real breaking news. Michigan acted internationally. But we're looking right now to see if anything has changed as of now. But throughout this aerial view right here, you can see at the top, man, a lot of people are really taking this hardcore and, you know, serious. You know, they're saying, we're not leaving, we're not moving. And we seen this yesterday. Of exactly what's going on. A lot of people raising that Canadian flag up top, telling them we'd rather get arrested and go to jail than to, you know, stay, than to go home. Alright, so what we did notice here is the convoy leaving the Husky truck stop in Niagara Lake. They're all heading to the Peace Bridge to help assist in blocking off the roads there. So they are leaving and moving. And we just seen earlier, you know, as much as the police is trying to enforce them leaving, they are getting reinforcements, and this was only about an hour ago, and to get them, it will take them approximately 1 to 2 hours to get here. So what we can definitely say is that as much as we really hope for this to end, the real big question, is it gonna end? Guys, and welcome. Here's live aerial footage for you guys of exactly what's going on the Ambassador Bridge. Again, we see protesters, police force really kicking in right there at the bottom. Things have really begun to take a serious a serious move here. We see cars getting towed, vehicles getting towed. See, nobody has been arrested yet, but yesterday, we started to see individuals, 1, 2 people get arrested. But again, let's hear what your thoughts on this whole thing. We do have a few people on the ground. If you guys didn't notice already, I just was able to start reporting a little bit ago. But let's hear what you guys have to say. We get a message from Browns which says mandates are discriminatory, they are unethical and immoral. Do you guys think they are unethical? Should one person be able to have the option, or should everybody have the option to go ahead and decide if they want the vaccine or not? And should there be any and should there be any consequences for if they don't take the vaccine? And I think, this is what the big idea was. And nobody really wanted to, you had a few people, you have a little group of people that didn't want to take the vaccine, but the government was telling them, you're going to have to take the vaccine or you're not going to get food to feed your family because you're not going to be able to go to work. Mandy says it should never have started in the first place. Sincerely says, my body, my choice. But yeah, you know what? You have a few, and this group of people is quite dedicated, and they're saying we're not going to go home. They have trucks. It's just kind of funny to see how. It's just kind of funny how to see this protest, which started as a truck convoy, shift on towards becoming something called the Freedom Convoy. Complete switch. And their idea here is that they are fighting not just for themselves, but for the freedom of Canadians. And if they can't have the freedom of right to choose whether they can get the vaccine or not, then what does it say that the government might start enforcing other laws that might discriminate against individuals, or that might enforce them to do something they don't want to. And I think that's what they're all about here. And this is why we've had that shift in the mentality. And in addition to this, in Alberta, we did see that the protest. We did see that the protest that occurred in there, for the same cause. The premier gave in, told them, listen, we're taking out mandates, doing all of that. But it's quite crazy how they still continued the blockade on their border. And their call was that we don't want just Alberta, we are one, and we want to go ahead and have all the other provinces do the same thing. A few people said, I don't understand the strategy of the police. Remove them now and they will come back tomorrow. Maybe at the end of the day. But what if they end up reinforcing it with police and police vehicles? But that's definitely a good point. It is possible that what you're saying is correct. Canada strong and free, not a violent protest. It's peaceful. Should be again, like you guys can see in the footage right there. You see still plenty of vehicles. Police are not going in as of this time, but we don't see big numbers. Those 200-300 people that we've seen earlier yesterday night have shifted to now become more like 50 people, 50 people with only a dozen or so vehicles. So again, the numbers have shrank, and I think this is what the police was waiting for. The police want it to shrink. They want people to lose psychologically, and exactly the way Rami said it. They want people to lose, and and they win psychologically, and therefore a lot of people start to go home, and then the little minority you can easily arrest and charge and fine. But the people of Ottawa should be there. This is currently Windsor, the Ambassador Bridge. This is not Ottawa. This is the Ambassador Bridge that we're looking at right now, live from aerial footage up top. But like as you can see, here we are, and we'll be able to hopefully connect with one of our somebody that's gonna assist us, and we'll be able to hopefully get some ground footage as well with this aerial footage that I'm showing you guys. Whoops. But what's going on right now is quite massive. And up top, look here. And look at that. Look at all the vehicles. And we're starting to see a lot more cops once more. Lots of police officers. Lots of, RCMP officials. And, the RCMP are really coming through, and they're really determined. And real quick, we'll just... I'm just setting this up real quick. So here we are, guys. We have some ground footage as well with that. So we have some ground footage on the right, live ground footage on the left, live aerial footage of exactly what's going to go on, or what's happening right now. And again, we have some people coming as well. Not big numbers like what we had earlier, but you still have people coming. The RCMP officers are really filling up the area.
Pleasure to meet you too. Do you have any kids, Mr. Elliott? You got any kids?
But and it's crazy. They've made it clear that they are RCMP officials. Looks like a lot of them there. There is definitely a lot of police officers really filling up the area. But again, still, there's a group of there's a chunk of people. I find myself on the side of Ali. It's time for the protests to go home and let the commerce resume between Canada and the United States. It's quite crazy to see how everything is really, is there some communication?
This is about our freedom, but not only our freedom, your kids' freedom too. You want them to be able to have a choice, vax or not vax. Oh, you do have a choice. No, you don't. If you can't enjoy the restaurants and you can't cross the border on vax, then you do not have a choice. Simple as that. You're forced.
And this is something that they've repeated constantly. We are fighting for the freedom of not just us, everybody. We are the freedom fighters, and their call to that is, you guys want your children, and you guys want to have a choice. If we are not allowed to have a choice, then definitely expect the government's not going to give you a choice if, they decide they want something their way. But, we get a message here from JJ Zhang. It says, it shows the level we've fallen to. We were debating mandates, and the real debates needed to had its shots thrived, and health officials are reckless for being dismissive of the safety. So I think what you're trying to say here is that, we should be debating about, safety more than mandates. No amount of crowdfunding will defend a lawsuit for real. Now, okay, this is the big question here. If we can find out who's infected who, you sue them. I don't think that's how it works. Yo, Geek, do you ever wonder how bad our XRP investment is leading us as far as freedom goes? So, Patrick, you want to get into the XRP side? I'll be making a video discussing some very cool aspects that I found. Trust me, XRP, number one, to the moon, not financial advice. I feel bad for all the truckers who are affected by the bridge shutdown. And, this is something that people have said. You're fighting for the freedom of people, but then you're blocking off their work. You're blocking off their only way of survival, making money through their job, and now they can't work and they can't feed their family. So, are you actually fighting for the freedom? And then this has been something repeated constantly. I know a lot of people that have mentioned this. Yeah, okay, they're fighting for my freedom, but they're not allowing me to go to work, which means I can't feed my family. Somebody has to make a stand. By the way, guys, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, show your support, guys. Let's show everybody that, we have the news here, so spread it out. By the way, guys, hit that like button, hit...
Walking up to Country Road now. College. This is Girardot Street. I'm still there we go. This is Girardot Street. Heading towards Tecumseh Road now. So much love and unity here. Another fair-sized crowd over there. Some are moving this way. Looks like most of them are moving this way. over by the time you get here? No, I don't think so. Yeah, it's gonna be over by the time you get here. Hello. Good. How are you? Good. How are you? Hi, how's it going? Good. Hello. Good. What about you? Hello. Good. How are you? Hi, how's it going? Good. How are you? Hello. Good. What about you? Hello. Good. How are you? Good. What about you? Good. How are you? No. No, I'm private. Hello. Hi. Good. How are you? No. No, I'm private. Hello. Yeah, what I was saying earlier. Hi. That's a little bit too far away for me to see, but no. Looks like an armored vehicle. No, I'm private. Hello. Yeah, what I was saying earlier. Comes the road here. That's a little bit too far away. Between the ambulance and no, I'm private. Well, yeah, what I was saying earlier. Comes the road here. That's a little bit too far away. Between the ambulance sun's coming at you guys. You might not be able to see too well now either. Lots of people still coming in. You live close by. Please come in. You live close by. Hello.
So we are seeing a lot more people come as well. Guys, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Show support for our two people on the ground in the aerial footage. So it'd just be absolutely amazing. Hit the subscribe button, guys. Guys, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Show support for our two people on the ground in the aerial.
Freedom. Police have it blocked now. Now it's not us anymore.
So police have now blockaded those roads. Protesters have been towed from that area, but instead police have now towed the vehicles and completed the block. So police have now blockaded those roads. Protesters have.
This morning, and I thought, oh man, you know, there it goes. We got to stand together. And then I saw.
There's literally more people than ever.
Freedom!
Oh no, more than there's literally more people than ever. closed. You're looking down to Comfort Road. Comfort Road is closed. You're looking down to Comfort Road. Comfort Road. You're on Church and Tecumseh. Closed. You're looking down to Comfort Road. Still strong. Looks like all the lanes are blocked. Church and Tecumseh. Closed. You're looking down. Still strong. Oh, it's blocked off at Pot, just like it was when I. Looks like all the lanes are blocked. Church and Tecumseh. Closed. You're looking down. Still strong. And then over it's blocked off at Burger King, just like it was when I. Looks like all the lanes are blocked. Church and Tecumseh. Closed. You're looking down. Still strong. And then over it's blocked off at Burger King, just like it was when I. Looks like all the lanes are blocked. Oh, it's blocked off at Burger King, just like it was. It's like all the lanes are blocked and it comes in. Still strong. Oh, it's blocked off at Burger King, just like it was. It's like all the lanes are blocked and it comes in. Still strong. Oh, it's blocked off at Burger King, just like it was. It's like all the lanes are blocked and it comes in. Still strong. Oh, it's blocked off at some of them parked on the 401 a little ways farther down that way. That's where you're on Church. A couple kilometers out that way. That's where the 401 starts. Some of them parked on the 401 a little ways farther down that way. Church. A couple kilometers out that way. That's where some of them parked on the 401. 5 vehicles maybe. Farther down. Stay that way. By college, and they're that way. That's where most of them. Are going staying that way by college, and every 5 minutes or so, most of them 10 steps.
He's pretending.
Up a little bit too. Every 5 minutes or so,
He's just pretending.
Most of them 10 steps, except for one car.
He's pretending.
She didn't every 5 minutes move on time. So her car got towed.
He's pretending.
As the tow truck went by the car, her driver was there. The driver wanted to move. making their way from Tecumseh to college. Still making their way from Tecumseh to for anybody or just the police? Okay. Is that for anybody or just the police? Okay. Hang tight. The string will be broken for a little bit. Hang tight. The string will be broken for a little bit. All right. I see your comments now. As I head back to college. All right. I see your comments. I want you guys to put in the comments in the live chat where you guys are watching. Nothing else, just where you're watching. Please. Don't put anything else in the comments, just where you're watching. Nothing else. Minnesota, Kitchener, Toronto, Western Pennsylvania, USA, Illinois, Brantford. Nothing but where you're watching from. You only rated once. Las Vegas, Arthur, Ontario, Japan, Michigan, California, Tennessee, Iowa, Australia, Louisiana, Illinois, New Mexico, Greater Toronto Area, Rodriguez, Fasta, California, London, UK, New York, and missing over some in Fivefoot, Michigan, Missouri, Saskatchewan, Canada, Kansas City, Kitchener, Montreal, Ireland, Mom's Basement, Windsor, Virginia, Windsor, Texas. Hey, people from Windsor, come out. Florida, Carlton, John's Basement, Windsor, Virginia, London, Australia. Hey, people from Windsor, come out. Florida, Saturn, Washington, D.C., Texas, Miami, Sudbury, Maine, Pennsylvania, Florida, Arkansas, New Brunswick, Arizona, North Korea, Hamilton, Vancouver, Durham, Cambridge, Arkansas, New Brunswick, Edmonton, Ottawa, Sweden, Nebraska, Hamilton, Vancouver, West Virginia, UK, Newfoundland, Indiana, Washington, Newfoundland, Sweden, New Jersey, Greece, New York, Maryland, Ohio, Alberta, Colorado, UK, Nunavut, Maine, Alberta, Colorado, Mazatlan, Mexico, Wisconsin, Dover, Maine, Wisconsin, Philippines, Delaware, Mazatlan, Barrie, Ontario, Buffalo, Israel, whatever yours was, Alabama. All right, thank you. Thank you for putting in the live chat where you're watching from. We have free speech now. You can comment would benefit each and all of us. This is cigar bar coming up here. Small business. bridge looks good.
Oh, that's you?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, good to meet you. I'm good. Live stream 8,000. 8,000. Yep. Guys, you're going to be muted for a little bit. friend of mine brought me an apple. Hi. Good. How are you? Where'd you go? the yellow M. That's the Ambassador Bridge there. I've got glasses on. Can't see your face.
Well, that's the whole thing. This could all end. We all know that.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, the whole thing. Let's get the summer.
Well, if their union would have backed, they could have. No, I'm just saying this could have been done a week ago. They wouldn't even have to be here.
Good to see your smile. Some of very few that are smiling in the group. I love it. Oh, he's smiling, but it's hidden. Is that for the cold or for COVID? Okay.
At least nearly nothing. I tried to light a fire. We the other night the fire
Guys, you just saw it. Police, I think, have become friendlier, and the people are friendly. We're able to have conversations with the cops now. Seems like everybody's a little bit friendlier now. Aaron Duick. You're welcome. Yep. 8,000 people right now.
8,000 people?
Yeah.
8,000 people on just one city. Keep it up. Hold the line.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. If we lose this fight, we got nothing left. This is the one we have.
Friend of mine.
He's the bodyguard. We chased him. Yeah, we had him chased out. We chased him out.
Oh yeah? When?
Like 10 minutes. Big news. You're welcome, everybody.
I love it how over there's a couple of really friendly police. They're just talking, chatting with anybody there.
Back there with the AR and the military taxi.
Yep, yep.
He's a club.
Yeah.
He sits there and he's smirking, making faces at you. He's a club. These guys are disgusting.
Just a big scare tactic. He ain't scaring us. We ain't moving. We're holding the line.
Nope. Live streaming, 7,600 people. Aaron Dyke. Or Duick, rather. D-U-E-C-K, yeah. When did you get here? Huh? That guy in the white Chevy there, he's gonna play "Oh Canada" for us pretty soon now on his large speaker that he has in the back of his truck. Look who just came. That was my wife, yes. Now he's making other music. I want to Canada. Stand with us! Stand with us!
German who knows. This is exactly how Hitler did it. Show me your papers, please. This is exactly how he did it. And you guys are being I should know. My hair is just. This is sad. Sad.
Yes, guys. Sad times in Canadian history. Sad.
Just following orders. Just following orders. Right? Just following orders.
This is disgusting. Canada should be ashamed of this. And I'm willing to stand for my country and I'll go down.
Can you see your sign? Thank you. I love it. Together we win. Together we win.
I like those eyes, Bill. I like those eyes.
Stand with us. 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 All right, guys. That green. Green building to the left of the bus. There's two people on there, two police. I'm gonna zoom this in. The helicopter. There's those two guys. Alright. And over here. Right in here. One guy hiding. There he is.
Scare tactics.
That's right.
Guy in the vehicle is taking a little cute selfie.
All right, guys. So we are now back. Currently, situation under stable. Not too much really going on here. As you guys can see, there is a bunch of heavy equipment being loaded up. They are getting ready to start towing vehicles. All right, we're just setting everything up. Give me one moment, and everything will go back to normal. So there are a lot of people now showing up. Thankfully, we were able to obtain this live aerial feed for you guys. But yeah, I just thought I'd let you guys know. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe. Show support to the channel, guys. It's taken a tremendous amount of time to get everything going. So hit that subscribe button if you haven't. Hit that like button. And drop in a super chat if you'd like to support some of our on-ground members. So feel free to do that as well. And let's get back to the feed.
Tiananmen Square.
We need to do is get some cars coming this way. We got military here. Assault rifles. We got military here. Assault rifles.
Guys, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe, and feel free to donate to this cause. Subscribe and donate using the super chat, but I just thought I'd let you guys know. Now let's get back to the aerial footage. Thank you guys so much. And the protest is currently kind of crazy. I have lots of protesters, a new convoy coming in from Niagara to try and support the Windsor Ambassador Bridge. People on the American side, the Michigan side, going ahead, coming out and supporting, showing their consolidation by standing on the bridge on the American side. So it's getting heated now, and it's only a matter of time that we start to see some action. I guess we hope it doesn't go, to the worst, but we see loads of brand new people coming in to participate with the convoy, and things are really, really beginning to get serious. I'll try and update you guys with all the breaking news, but I just thought I'd let you guys know to please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, share this cause, and feel free to donate to this cause as well using the super chat. And let's get back.
Traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested.
Guys, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe, and feel free to donate to this cause. Subscribe and donate using the super chat, but I just thought I'd let you guys know. Now let's get back to the aerial footage. Thank you guys so much. And the protest is currently kind of crazy. I have lots of protesters, a new convoy coming in from Niagara to try and support the Windsor Ambassador Bridge. People on the American side, the Michigan side, going ahead, coming out and supporting, showing their consolidation by standing on the bridge on the American side. So it's getting heated now, and it's only a matter of time that we start to see some action. I guess we hope it doesn't go, to the worst, but we see loads of brand new people coming in to participate with the convoy, and things are really, really beginning to get serious. I'll try and update you guys with all the breaking news, but I just thought I'd let you guys know to please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, share this cause, and feel free to donate to this cause as well using the super chat. And let's get back.
Traffic, if you to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Vehicle pickup intersection traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Vehicle pickup intersection traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. You will be arrested. Vehicle pickup intersection traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Vehicle pickup intersection traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Traffic, if you fail to comply with our
Guys, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe, and feel free to donate to this cause. Subscribe and donate using the super chat, but I just thought I'd let you guys know. Now let's get back to the aerial footage. Thank you guys so much. And the protest is currently counting down crazy. You have lots of protesters, a new convoy coming in Niagara to try and support the Windsor Ambassador Bridge. People on the American side, the Michigan side, going ahead, coming out and supporting, showing their consolidation by standing on the bridge on the American side. So it's getting heated now, and it's going to be a matter of time that we start to see some action. And we hope it doesn't go, to the worst, but we see loads of brand new people coming to participate with the convoy, and things are really, really beginning to get serious. I'll try not to update you guys with all the breaking news, but I just thought I'd let you guys know, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, share this cause, and feel free to donate to this cause by using the super chat, and let's get back.
traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Vehicle pickup traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. You will be arrested. Vehicle pickup intersection traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Vehicle pickup traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. You will be arrested. Vehicle pickup intersection traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Traffic,
Guys, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe, and feel free to donate to this cause. Subscribe and donate using the super chat. Now let's get back to the aerial footage. Thank you guys so much. And the protest is currently counting down crazy. You have lots of protesters, a new convoy coming in Niagara to try and support the Windsor Ambassador Bridge. People on the American side, the Michigan side, going ahead, coming out and supporting, showing their consolidation by standing on the bridge on the American side. So it's getting heated now, and it's going to be a matter of time that we start to see some action. And we hope it doesn't go, to the worst, but we see loads of brand new people coming to participate with the convoy, and things are really, really beginning to get serious. I'll try not to update you guys with all the breaking news, but I just thought I'd let you guys know, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, share this cause, and feel free to donate to this cause by using the super chat, and let's get back.
traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Vehicle pickup traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. Vehicle pickup traffic, if you fail to comply with our instructions, you will be arrested. You will be arrested. will be arrested. Traffic, vehicle signs and obstructions will be arrested. Vehicle obstructing traffic, vehicle signs and obstructions will be arrested.
Let's get back.
Vehicle obstructing traffic, vehicle signs and obstructions will be arrested. Traffic, vehicle signs and obstructions will be arrested. Traffic, vehicle signs and obstructions will be arrested. Vehicle obstructing traffic, vehicle signs and obstructions will be arrested. be arrested. Traffic, fails to comply with our instructions, will be arrested. Traffic, fails to comply with our instructions, will be arrested. Traffic, traffic, fails to comply with our instructions, will be arrested. Traffic, fails to comply with our instructions, will be arrested. Traffic, fails to comply with our instructions, will be arrested. Traffic, fails to comply with our instructions, will be arrested.
Hello,
It's working now. Now you're live.
can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Hello.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's working now. It's fine.
Okay. Okay. So, thank you for everybody that's watching. The situation on the ground right now is pretty much at a
Yeah, it's
standstill.
working.
Earlier in the day, during the morning, we were seeing much smaller numbers, but definitely seeing more people right now within the crowds protesting. It looks like a big chunk joined in a short while ago in the last couple of hours. Perhaps it's from social media or the live feeds like what you're seeing here, but definitely more presence right now. Situation was a bit more tense a bit earlier. There was some yelling and between from some of the demonstrators at the police officers that have joined. Definitely got more enforcements of police officers, and now their loudspeakers are warning people to leave or be arrested. So we have not seen any real action yet from the officers on the ground. It's just kind of those threats of we're going to open the roadway, leave or be arrested. So the people here, though, it doesn't seem like that has phased any of them. It seems like a lot of these people are there until the end, and I've spoken to some of them, and everybody is giving it their all, and nobody's going to step away. At least the crowd that is there right now. We're still seeing some people in the back trying to join in from Tecumseh, so from the other side, heading kind of towards the bridge from the Canadian side towards the American side. Some few numbers yet we're seeing kind of people joining in, but overall it's at about a standstill right now. Officers are basically face to face with the demonstrators. You do get an occasional yelling between the demonstrators and the officers, but right now it's pretty much just those loudspeakers coming out and threatening arrest and saying that they're going to open the roadway. You might have heard the news late last night. The governor of Michigan offered support to the government of Ontario in the form of heavy equipment to haul away the trucks and the objects obstructing the way into the United States across that Ambassador Bridge. It was really a bold move by the governor of Michigan, that's for sure, because 12 companies that were contracted by the government of Ontario, towing companies that were contracted to remove trucks, have all refused to do so, citing that they don't want to get involved in this matter. But then we've seen some support coming over from the governor of Michigan, saying that they will aid the government of Ontario and supporting them with heavy equipment to haul these trucks away. So situation is pretty tense. A lot of people in here know that the final moments are about to arrive. How things are going to look like, it's hard to really tell, but there's a lot of pressure and a lot of stress, it seems like, and intensity in the atmosphere right now. Police officers have not done anything just yet, again, other than the loudspeakers going out and kind of threatening arrests and saying that they will open the roadway. So we will see what happens in the next little while. Everybody on the streets, on the protest, is doing their part and trying to stand up for what they believe in. You can do your part by sharing the message and sharing these links and the stream and being connected in that way. So make sure you click like on the stream, and if you can share it with somebody a family member, or if you can share it on social media, that would be very greatly appreciated. We'll keep you knowing what is happening on the ground minute by minute. And we'll let you know if there's any sort of advancement or change in the situation on the ground. But as things sit right now, pretty much at a standstill. Um, I mean, we were seeing some hostility a bit from the officers earlier on in the day. Right now, that isn't the case. So right now, they're just kind of sitting tight and holding the lines. Officers. Um, we seen earlier in the day they were kind of creating a square around the demonstrators, with just the back kind of being open. That situation has changed now. It's just pretty much a straight line. The officers are kind of holding tight, but not much of a change otherwise. I'll pass it back over to you.
All right, yeah, and it's quite crazy how everything has kind of changed, especially after we ended up getting a trucking convoy that was in Niagara protesting there, kind of shift all of the members going to Windsor and going to this Ambassador Bridge to help support the protesters that are there. So that definitely changed, and as more and more of these trucks arrive,
Yeah.
and they are
Sorry,
on
just I
arrival.
don't want to cut you off there, but the significance of the Ambassador Bridge is really why it is a big spot, and a spot that there's a lot of eyes on. You have to remember, $2 billion worth of commercial goods travel over the Ambassador Bridge every single day. That is no small amount, and this is a big economic impact on both Ontario and on Michigan. So the pressure that is being put on by the protesters by closing that bridge is significant. It is absolutely the reason that all media and eyes are on this Ambassador Bridge. Keep in mind that as far as what we are hearing from the authorities of the Ambassador Bridge is that they're saying that it will be closed until, I believe it said, the 14th at 11 a.m. So what that really signifies, who knows? Are they still planning to kind of let people protest until close to the 14th, maybe a day or two? No one can really tell you, or whether that was just a generous timeline and they're hoping that things would be clear by today. Again, yet to see. But definitely the police presence is not ordinary. It's definitely different than it had been over the last couple of days. We've even seen some police helicopters fly over the protesters. We've seen armored vehicles. Some people were saying they'd seen snipers on top of buildings. Or really hard to tell. It's kind of difficult because of the distance, but a lot of police presence, and it's not your normal kind of police presence like you could probably see in the live stream. There's some armored vehicles and heavy special forces and all kinds of different divisions of the police force. I mean, really, it makes you really wonder. I mean, why such presence from officers? It's not like there's been any sort of violence from the protesters other than some yelling and screaming, but the police presence is definitely at least from a visual perspective is hostile for sure, and they seem prepared for anything.
Yeah, and like I said, it's starting to get quite significant. The amount of people that are coming in that have shifted from the Niagara River and are coming towards Ambassador Bridge are really changing the game here. At a point in time, we were able to see that the protesters had actually outnumbered the police officers once more, but reinforcements even on the police's side are always coming in, and like my colleague said, we've seen police helicopters, we've seen RCMP members, some people at the protest.
You have to remember that we've been hearing about these reinforcements for quite some time. And we have seen some new members join the protesters, but in terms of the presence right now, as things are looking, definitely, like I said, more people than earlier on in the day. And I think a lot of people were expecting these, the demonstrations and sort of protests to be cleared by yesterday. The expectation was that by midnight, but that didn't happen. A lot of people held tight until a little bit after midnight to make sure that it wasn't. And then you kind of started seeing the numbers dwindle as we approached the morning. But yet there were definitely smaller numbers. I mean, you had at one point you did have more officers than protesters. Definitely not the case right now. I think we have at least a few more protesters than officers, but and we've seen some buses, city buses, come in with the police. So, I mean, that kind of triggered that. Are we looking at some serious mass arrests? So, the buses have backed up a little bit. They are still there. Some city buses, but again, it's the intensity. Like I said, at the beginning, there was a lot more hostility by the police officers towards the protesters, kind of, crim faces and moving forward and trying to push the protesters back. But now that doesn't seem to be the case. Whether that's solidarity from the officers themselves or whether those are orders, we're yet to tell. But definitely heavy police presence, and maybe you if you had seen some of the live streams from yesterday, you could see that a lot of the roads leading to that main road that leads to the Ambassador Bridge were closed off, but people were allowed in, so they could kind of get in, in between the police vehicles and on the sidewalks. That isn't the case right now. It's really limited as to the number of people that are joining. It's hard for us to tell whether, they're being obstructed by police. We'll have to confirm that for you guys, but definitely not as open as it had been over the last couple of days, for sure. Right now, it's absolutely more tense, and the pressure is definitely on. With that said, guys, I mean, they're on the ground, standing and putting their careers at risk and livelihood essentially at risk. We're doing our part in delivering the message for you guys, giving you live updates and footage from what is going on that Ambassador Bridge. So you do your part by clicking like on the stream and sharing it with somebody, sharing it with a family member, throughout your social media on Twitter or Facebook, wherever you want to share it. And they're definitely not giving in anytime soon, unless there's some sort of forced action by police, where they make some arrests. So we're hoping that either way things are peaceful and civil. We had an incident yesterday that a child that was apparently part of the demonstration was hit by a vehicle. The driver of the vehicle was arrested. Again, we're not sure of the exact circumstances of what happened there, but definitely a sad event, and we hope that this isn't really a signal for what things are going to look like over the next little while. But let's hope that things remain peaceful and continue to do your part by spreading the message and letting people know, and by keeping an eye on. And I mean, the best we can do right now in protecting a lot of the protesters that are putting their livelihoods, like I said, on the line is by keeping an eye on them. At least media nowadays is the biggest protection, and having a view of what is happening is really going to keep those officials kind of on their toes and making sure they don't exceed their powers. So we'll see how things go for the next little while. We will keep you updated minute by minute, and we appreciate you being present. Whether you agree with the vaccine or disagree with the vaccine, or agree with the cause or disagree with the cause, this is a matter of people's belief. Some people believe that they have the right to not take the vaccine. That is their right. Thank you, Domio. What cross streets are those? So you are looking. So this is across from a stadium for the university, University of Windsor, and it is. I believe it is on University Street and Huron Church is what it's called. So yeah, I will get back to my point here. Whether you agree or disagree with the vaccine, or agree with the protesters or disagree with them, I mean they're fighting for something that they believe in, and the government need to react in a way that is civil, to say the least. I mean, you don't. It seems excessive to me, at least, to see military grade vehicles and armored vehicles and special forces come into a peaceful protest, particularly in Canada, where people aren't armed and there's a lot of control over gun control and such. So the fear is minimal. So to see this kind of police presence goes to show that the goal is to sort of frighten those that are present and scare them away through doing that. But we will have to see. We will have to see. We've seen a lot of people upset, even from the government, even from the parties of Justin Trudeau himself. Justin Trudeau, 2 members of the Liberal government, MPs, have stepped aside and says, we don't agree with you, Justin Trudeau, and they've kind of broke their ranks. We've seen a lot of police officers show their support for the demonstrators. Whether those officers will be on the lines today, we have yet to see, but absolutely see some support across the board from various members of the government and various officials and officers across the board. And we've seen some support even from the United States. There's some reports of protests on the American side of the Ambassador Bridge, siding with and showing support for Canadians that are standing right now and really putting their livelihood on the line. Like I said, the threat was they have, under the emergency state, they can charge them with up to $100,000 in fines and up to a year of jail time and suspension of commercial licensing. So this is a serious matter, and this is the livelihood of these people. A lot of them are truck drivers and commercial vehicle drivers, so they are really putting it all on the line by holding their position and kind of holding the line. So we will keep you posted, like I said, with the latest updates, what's going on, what will happen in the next little while. It's a tense couple hours, and we will see what happens. Again, we appreciate your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping an eye on what is happening on the ground and for your support. And thank you. If you can click that like button, it would mean a lot for us, in helping continue to spread this message. And if you could share this stream with your friends and family, and if you can share on social media, let's put as much attention and on these people out there as we can. And like I said, this is bigger than just vaccination for a lot of them, and bigger than wanting or not wanting to be vaccinated. Some of the people within these demonstrations, as we've spoken to, are vaccinated, but it is their right, they feel, to choose, and that is really what's being fought here. That's why you're seeing a lot of the signs for freedom and feeling really that they're fighting for the future of this country. So I'll bring it back to you.
And we just got some breaking news reports. Police move forward and assert that anybody there will be arrested. So they did move forward. In this case, it says 7 feet. And again, the whole idea is to push these protesters back and to kind of reaffirm the idea that if you stay, you will be charged or arrested or have to face up to fines of $100,000. And it's only a matter of time, I think.
Yeah, I can tell you from reports from people on the ground right now that they are hearing these repeated speaker noises of threats that you will be arrested, we will open the roadway, step away, or you will be arrested. That is right now being kind of spoken on loudspeakers across, continuously. So. Absolutely, these the threats of arrests are already in place. We had seen flyers yesterday going out saying this is what will happen, but today we are seeing it on speakers and on loudspeakers repeated consistently that we will be arresting you if you stay. We will be opening the roads. We will be opening the roads. So they can't arrest them all. We will have to see. I mean, the police right now, like I said, the number of officers compared to protesters are definitely more protesters than officers. But like I said, the police, it's not your standard police presence. You're seeing armored vehicles, you're seeing special forces, you're seeing officers with their full gear set up. Some people saying they've seen people on top of buildings, officers on top of buildings with scopes, and it's police helicopter was seen. I mean, there's it's an extremely dramatic scene, from the police side. And you can see some of that stuff in the live stream. You can see the armored vehicles, and it's not one or two armored vehicles. It's a significant presence. You're seeing Ontario Provincial Police, like you said, Special Forces, Windsor Police, and RCMP present. So really, this is almost like if we're looking at police. It's almost like they're going in to get a gang or something. It's really crazy the amount of police that are present right now for this peaceful protest. But we will have to see what happens over the next couple of hours. And there's been some threats by the provincial government, some threats by the federal government for anybody that stays with these protests. But like I said, over the last couple of hours, we have seen more people join the protesters than was in the morning. So I imagine it is a lot of the streams and the people that are seeing outside that are, seeing this through their phones or computers that are saying, you know what, I'm going to come out. So that is why it's important to share these messages and kind of spread the word. So share the stream, guys, with your family, share it with people share on your social media, on your Twitters, on your Facebooks. Let's get as many people to aware. And this is how we keep the government and we keep our officers and we keep, under control or under the law. Because, we seen earlier in the day, we don't know really what happened, and I don't want to blame somebody that is not to blame, but we've seen sudden, drop in all signals, and nobody could stream. We were all jammed up. So, what that was from, some people were saying there was jammers flying over us or something was happening, but this is the way to keep those in charge in check and keep an eye on them. So make sure you do your part. We try to do our part by spreading the message and going out and giving you guys the latest. You do your part in spreading this message as far as you can. It starts with your family, with your friends, and then it goes over to social media and the community and countries. And we've seen this story about the Ambassador Bridge in this small town, not town, it's a small city, you can say Windsor, is getting news headlines across the globe. You're hearing about the Ambassador Bridge. And Ambassador Bridge is significant because $2 billion of commercial goods travel on the Ambassador Bridge every single day. So you're seeing some serious economic impact by closing off this bridge. A daily $2 billion. And this is no joke. This is significant to the economy of both, not even just Windsor, Ontario you're talking, and Michigan. And Windsor is known as a commercial hub for vehicle manufacturing. Same goes for Michigan. So yesterday there were some threats by some of the tool and die companies, within Windsor, saying we're going to shut down. We don't have enough tools. We're not getting our supplies across the border, so we have to shut down. And they have shut down. A lot of these factories have shut down because they're not getting their equipment across the border. So that is why you're seeing some serious implications and some serious pressure by the government of Michigan and the governor of Michigan, and you're seeing it by the governor of Ontario. Doug Ford yesterday came out and put out a state of emergency, giving him and the police forces more power. There was a court injunction that was put in Windsor as well, and that court granted orders that police can go ahead and clear the way. So we will see how the implementation of these court orders will happen. We will see. But it's an absolutely tense situation. Lots of anger, lots of frustration on both sides. That's for sure. And like I said, guys, do your part. Share the stream. Spread it to your family. Spread it to your friends. Share it on your social media. Make sure you click like. It helps boost it up as well and get more people to see what is happening on the ground and try and keep those in charge in check. And if you really want to help us out and want to offer support, you can always, there's what they call their stickers. I don't know what they're called. Yeah, so if you want to support that way as well, that would be appreciated.
So there is another breaking news. A sniper has been spotted nearby this protest on one of the roofs. And again, it's just crazy to see how something like this is taken so serious by the police. Again, maybe there is something going on that we don't know, that the police are just preparing for We don't really know, but to see things like that, and they have been spotted. We have been sent images of police officers on roofs. It's quite crazy to see, but as of now, really nothing has changed. Quite a standoff is being taken place.
I will tell you straight. I mean, this is. I'll tell you from across the board. Everybody is shocked at the kind of police presence. Not necessarily the numbers. I mean, we were expecting a lot of officers, but really to see military grade vehicles out in front of 100 or 200 or even 500 demonstrators is. I mean, excessive, absolutely. And you're looking at armored vehicles, you're looking at special forces, guys coming in with military gear and helmets. And I mean, I won't confirm the sniper thing. I'm not sure if that is the case. People seen some people on top of buildings with what appeared to be scopes or whatever. But regardless, you're seeing some massive sort of police artillery in front of these protesters, like it's like we're going to war. It's just kind of shocking and kind of funny to see the type of police presence. We're not shocked at police being there and police vehicles there, but to see military grade vehicles come out, armored vehicles, special forces, to see that kind of presence is just insane.
Yeah, and as we watch it live right now, you guys can see that new truckers are coming in from all across the board. People from Niagara Falls have said that they have seen a trucking convoy shift spots, leave Niagara River, and head all the way to the convoy. And again, we're looking here on the graph, but I'm also getting some messages from a few people on the ground saying that the situation is currently stable, but they do see police moving forward about 7 feet. And again, what this proves is they are reasserting dominance onto the fact that, you have to leave or else you will face repercussions and fines. And this is something that they've constantly mentioned. You can face up to a year in jail and $100,000. A lot of people, though, are not budging. We see another military vehicle come in with machine gunners on top. And again, a lot of people are asking, is this the right way to go ahead and really, deal with a group of protesters? So it's definitely something that we're going to pay attention to. Now, we did see earlier a few people got arrested. I think it was one person, but it wasn't for the cause of being and attending the protest. It was about reckless driving. Yesterday, we seen a casualty, an individual hit by a car. And earlier today, we see, you have that convoy protest, the freedom protest, and then you have a smaller group of opposition protesting while a protester of the freedom convoy was driving. The opposition protester faked being hit by the truck. So again, this whole place at this point in time it's stable, but there's a lot of weird things going on. Again, it's kind of like there's a bunch of people against these individuals fighting for freedom. And as you guys can see, a lot of new people coming in to participate within the protest. What is going on is what a lot of people are asking. Now, we are currently getting also some more news as well. If you guys didn't hear already, about a trucker coming in again with loads of supplies. So it's a trucker that was able to jump in, and he has loads of food, gas, and all of this stuff. And as well, we did hear earlier today that some of the GoFund money was seized. That was given from donors to the Freedom Convoy, was seized by the government, and now they're not going to give them back. So some crazy news going on right now on the Ambassador Bridge and within the blockade. We are waiting to see what the government is going to do. Again, lots of police presence, more RCMP officers, more armored vehicles, more people on roofs, which a lot of people have said they've seen scopes. Machine gunners have arrived. Armored vehicles with machine gunners at the top have arrived. And it's just shocking to see how a protest like this, that as of now is completely peaceful, nobody has anything, you're getting armored vehicles and machine guns on the lookout. So quite shocking. I don't know what you guys think about that, but you know, as of now, currently stable. Lots of individuals coming in, lots of people participating. We did hear yelling, lots of that, of course. People yelling freedom, people yelling stand with us to the police. Quite crazy in terms of that aspect of things. Again, lots of sound.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, people are angry. People are absolutely angry, and the anger level has gone up a lot throughout today, especially with, again, what they're seeing on the ground. They're seeing, I mean, police reacting in a way that nobody expected to have this type of police presence. I'm not going to say this amount of presence. I mean, we were expecting a lot of officers to show up, especially with the threats of governments of making arrests and fining people and that sort of thing. But the type of police presence is really frustrating and extremely unnecessary. I mean, like I said, you have military-grade vehicles coming out. You have officers in full gear. You have special forces. You have people on top of roofs with scopes. You have a police helicopter on top. What? I mean, why? It's just shocking. Because of a couple hundred people protesting. It's just frustrating to say the least. And whether you agree with this cause or you don't, it's really irrelevant to the way that the government should react to peaceful protests. I mean, they want to clear the roadway. I don't know if this is the best way to do it, and I don't know if they will get the support of a lot of other people by doing it this way. I mean, we had seen initially these protests started by truckers going out and obstructing their ways. So, but based on the reaction of the government, then we started seeing other people join in. You had people that were going in that we had nothing to do with truckers, but were in support of the right for truck drivers to choose whether they want to be vaccinated or not. So this is not really about vaccinations. A lot of the people that are present today are vaccinated, but are really upset with this idea that they have to be, and others have to be, that this is no longer a choice. This is a requirement now. And I mean, they're upset with that idea. And that's why you're seeing a lot of these signs of freedom and why a lot of these people are fighting until the last moment. Yesterday, we see some people laying flat on the ground in the middle of roads to try and obstruct traffic. That is the level of belief that a lot of people have in this cause. I mean, whether you agree or disagree with them, they have really taken it, all out, and again, they're risking their livelihood really by staying in the protest today. Again, you're looking at arrests, you're looking at a possible jail time of a year, you're looking up to $100,000 in fine, and suspension of commercial licenses. That is, I mean, can't really get much worse than that. So it is extremely serious. We are seeing, the police have been loudspeakers telling people that they will be arrested. They will be arrested if they don't leave. And so yesterday they were passing out flyers saying, under the state of emergency, that you will be arrested and you could be charged with, what I just mentioned a little while ago. So it's really intense. A lot of these protesters were yelling at the officers a little while ago. It got a bit tense. But again, it's not no hands-on as of yet, neither from the officers or the protesters. So things are pretty much still at a standstill. I can tell you it's an intense standstill. Officers are lined up one to the other. We were seeing them kind of trying to diverge towards the side, making sort of a box around the protesters. But as the number of protesters grew, they could no longer do that, and now they're back at a straight kind of line. But things are still at a standstill. For those that are viewing, we are doing our part by spreading the message, and that is what we can do. You do your part by sharing this message to as many people as you could. It starts with your family, it starts with your friends, it starts with those closest to you, and then it moves to if you can share it on your Facebooks and YouTube or Twitters and those sorts of things. But they're doing their part by standing on the line.
Drop in a super chat. Drop in a super chat.
If you could, super chat would be nice as well. But the most important thing is that we spread this message as far as we can. At least we can, and that's how we keep those in charge in check by, keeping an eye on what's happening. Yeah, a little while ago, we are seeing suddenly that all live streams from on site suddenly stopped, and some people were saying there were jammers on top. But there was, police helicopters. Imagine the level of intensity that is happening to the protesters. Police helicopters, on top. It's just really a surreal sort of experience, and really, it seems really overwhelming, kind of what is happening on the ground.
So we do have some breaking news. Police tactical units have also arrived. So again, all what we're really seeing right now is a crazy increase in not just officers.
So this is crazy. I mean, to hear that you have a police tactical team that is usually there to respond to, gangs and drug busts and criminals,
big
serious criminals that can cause serious harm. To see those sorts of special forces come in to a protest, a peaceful protest, is just surreal. Are they trying to scare them away? Use that as a sort of a pressure technique to scare them away, protesters away, maybe. But really, this event is being watched globally, and to show globally that this is how Canada reacts to protests is disappointing, to say the least.
Yeah, and we also were able to get an approximate count of how many protesters. There's currently about 200 protesters that are staying put, and this is after 6 hours of police basically warning them, telling them, as of now, 200 protesters are there, and they're staying put, and they're really firm on that decision of we're not moving and we're not leaving, even if we were to get arrested. We don't really care. We've heard them earlier talking.
I think we got to a point. We are at a point right now where the people that are coming and the people that are there are people that are really, they will be there to the end. We spoke to some protesters yesterday, demonstrators, and you asked them, when is this going to end? And they're all saying it's going to end when we get arrested. That is really the only way we will leave is if we get arrested. So they're really there until the end. And you know what, whether, again, you agree or disagree with the cause, they believe in it wholeheartedly and willing to sacrifice for this cause. So we will keep an eye. They have, the best we can do is deliver the message, let you know what is happening on the ground. That is our part. We're trying to give you a minute by minute update from wherever we can get it, from people on the ground and from our various contacts. You do your part by spreading this message. At least, we can keep those in charge in check by keeping an eye on them, and we will see a lot of this come back to haunt, I'm sure, those that are involved in the coming weeks, especially as we approach election, and particularly for Ontario and even the federal government. We've seen some breaks in the ranks of Justin Trudeau's even own party, the Liberal Party. 2 members of the Liberal Party came out speaking against Justin Trudeau, against the response and the action he's taken with regards to this issue. But this Ambassador Bridge is a global topic of discussion because $2 billion of commercial goods. So you can imagine the significance to both Michigan and Ontario. $2 billion of commercial goods travel on the Ambassador Bridge every single day. And it has been shut down for a number of days right now. It's been affected by these protests for nearly 2 weeks, but a complete shutdown. And what is being said reported by the Ambassador Bridge authorities is that it will be shut down until February 14th at around 11 a.m. That is what's being reported right now. Why? 2 days, in 2 days, if they plan to clear it today, we will find out whether this is just a generous timeline and they plan to maybe open earlier if things get open and the protesters clear. Who knows? But definitely they're giving it their time, and they're not going to open. We saw some protests as well that were reported on the American side of things in support of the protesters on the Ambassador Bridge. So on the American side, we've seen some protesters as well. Small numbers, but still, some support from that side. Especially, these supporters coming out after the governor of Michigan came out and said, we will be happy to support the government of Ontario by providing them with heavy equipment so that they can haul away these trucks and objects that are obstructing the road. So you can imagine, that was an important message because all 14 companies that were contracted by the government of Ontario to tow trucks away, every single one of them declined to tow trucks, citing that they are neutral on this issue and don't wish to get involved. So every single company basically that's contracted by the government of Ontario has declined to support the government in their decision to remove trucks. So this support from the government of Michigan is really one that really shocked a lot of people, to be honest, and perhaps disappointed a good chunk as well.
But you know what? Yeah, and this is something that somebody told me. I can't verify this, but the Michigan governor ended up saying that, but after even the Michigan governor reached out to its contracts, nobody was able to accept the idea of towing those trucks out as well. So I think they could be facing a big or a major problem where nobody wants to take the trucks out.
I don't have any confirmed reports of the contractors, so the tow trucks essentially, and towing equipment providers. I don't have any confirmation that they have declined on the Michigan side. I know on the Ontario side they have, all 12 companies that were contracted by the government, they have. But regardless, these companies that are contracted by the government to do these particular tests, they are putting really their staff and their companies in jeopardy. And I tell you, the reason that these companies, the 12 companies that were asked to contracted by government declined, the reasoning they gave is they said, we deal with these truckers yearly. Every single day of the year we deal with these truckers. We're not going to ruin our reputation in order to support the government in this one cause. And then they will step away. So really it is, maybe they get paid to remove these trucks this one time, but how will it, the result of it and its impact after that is what a lot of these companies are concerned about. So they do see that means that some negative impacts as a result, if they do choose to do that.
Yeah, and I believe that too as well. Nobody wants to put everything they have, on the table, especially since a lot of their clientele base is from truckers. They are a towing company and they specialize in trucks. Getting those truckers to basically say, you know what, we're going to boycott these companies, is going to give those big businesses a big, hit on their profits and on their revenues. So I do believe that as well. But looking back here, we did get a report that with all of the police presence there, police may be deciding that they are going to move in shortly, and we'll have to see what they decide to do. But looking at it now, we do see a vast majority of protesters still heading towards the Ambassador Bridge. And really,
so I'm just going to make the situation clear for those that are viewing. So this what you're seeing right now on feed is the road leading to the Ambassador Bridge. This is not the Ambassador Bridge itself. So the Ambassador Bridge is actually closed. No trucks are allowed to come in from the American side over to Canada. And same goes the other way. No trucks are going in from the Canadian side over to the United States. The bridge is closed and it's empty. This is the only road that will lead from that bridge into Canada. So normally the way it goes is the truckers will cross over that bridge and they will verge onto this road. So that is why this road is significant, and that's why you're not actually seeing a bridge. The bridge is entirely closed, no cameras on there, and there's no vehicles at all. But this is the road that's leading in and out of that bridge. So just to make the situation clear and why it is an actual roadway, not a bridge. Now, it's a very short distance between this, the position right now of the protesters and the bridge. You're talking probably, 2 or 3 kilometers away from that, official bridge. And this is a critical area normally in Windsor. This normally you would see trucks lined up from, all the way back on this road. A couple of kilometers back. It's a critical city and it's heavily invested in manufacturing, particularly of vehicles. There's Chrysler plant. There's a lot of there's a Ford plant there. So this is an important city for manufacturing and a significant impact to the entire city by this closure of this bridge. Again, I mentioned this earlier. I will mention again. Make sure you do your part in spreading the message and keeping those present supported, and at least keeping those in authority in check by keeping an eye on what is happening on the ground, and by making sure that the more people that are seeing this, the more pressure that we can put into trying to keep things in place and check, and give these truckers, if they wish, the right to protest. But support us in clicking that like button. Support us in sharing the stream. Share it with your family, your friends, those closest to you, and then on social media for your Facebooks and Twitters and all that good stuff to keep have as many people keep an eye on what is happening on the ground, and support those that are really putting their livelihood on the line, as I mentioned earlier. If you want to support in the form of donating for the stream, that would be greatly appreciated as well through these, I forget what it's called. There's super stickers, I think.
Close enough.
Super chats.
But yeah, as of now, again, we're still at a standstill here. Still looking at protesters coming in, police presence increasing constantly. And this is something that we haven't really not seen. We've always seen more police officers coming in every single time from the beginning. Now, whether they're going to really take any action is what we're really looking for. Are they going to move in? Are they going to be able to clear the bridge? They did give that deadline of the 14th of February for the bridge to open. But, are they going to be able to maintain that deadline is once again a question that we really don't know. You see these protesters very firm on this decision. It's been weeks now, 2 weeks, I think, that they've been protesting this cause from all around, not just on this bridge, but from all around in different spots in Windsor, in the city. But only recently did we see them start to blockade the Ambassador Bridge. It's been about, I think, 3 or 4 days now. And to see that, $2 billion worth of product is not able to cross the border, and this is on a daily basis, so we're talking $8 to $10 billion worth of produce not able to cross.
Not products, yeah. So you have to remember, in Alberta, so on the other side of Canada, there were similar protests that obstructed bridges as well, leading into the United States. And with those, after a day or two of the protests, the government, the premier of Alberta came out and said, you know what, from today, all restrictions have been lifted. We expect things to return to normal. So, the protesters there were significant, and the protesters did gain what they went out for. So the hope was that in Ontario something similar to that would happen. That's why a lot of these people came out. But it seems like the reaction of the government of Ontario is a lot different than that in Alberta. So we are yet to see. As far as what we could see now is that the government is putting a ton of pressure. Mike the Dad Crosby, anti-truckers need to suck it up and post a super chat or log off. Truck Frudia. Let's go, Brandon. Thanks so much, Mike the Dad Crosby, and we really appreciate it. Appreciate the super chat and the support there for sure. We have heard a lot of back and forth between those that support and those that are against the truckers. But it's not about the truckers anymore. This started about the truckers, but it's not anymore. And this is right now. A lot of people. Yesterday we were seeing families with kids truck through. F. Trudeau. So we've seen families yesterday, kids out on the protests. There's people dancing at night, and this has become a lot bigger than just truckers. And we've seen people come in with their RVs. We've seen some people sponsor meals, drinks, gas. So this is a big deal right now. And even the signs that you read, and sort of when you do talk to the people that are out there and you ask them, why are you doing this? None of them say because we don't want to get vaccinated. They all say that we're doing it because we have the right. It's our freedom that's on the line. And that's the way they're thinking right now. And that's why they're willing to really give up a lot and risk a lot in order to maintain being on those protests. You're talking about people losing their livelihood. This is just mind-blowing. Brandon, touchdown on paper, unbreaded. Let's go. Thanks, Brandon, for the super chat. We really appreciate it. And absolutely,
Like you said, what started off as a freedom or a truckers convoy has shifted to become what we now call a freedom convoy. Something that started off as to, the protest.
This, let me tell you something. I mean, if this was a trucker thing, you would not have as big of a global attention to it as you have. You're getting news channels across the globe talking about the Ambassador Bridge. A small city. Windsor is a very small city. In relevance to Toronto and a lot of Ottawa and such, but the significance of these people coming out. Like I said yesterday, we were seeing I see people laying flat on the ground in the middle of the road to obstruct traffic. This is how set on their ways these people that are in the protests are. They're really, they're willing to do anything for this cause, and that is not something someone would do because they're a trucker and they just want to cross without a vaccine. This is some set beliefs that that they feel like their freedoms are on the line and they really need to protect it with all they could. And that is why it is such a tense situation on the ground right now between officers and these protesters. I mean, the officers have been yelling and screaming through their speakers and through various flyers being passed out yesterday that we will arrest you. You could be charged with a year of jail time, $100,000 fines. You could lose your commercial licenses, and yet you still see a couple hundred people on the ground right now. So this is really a serious situation and very intense situation. We are doing our part in delivering the message to you. As best as we can with the latest update on what is happening on the ground and with our contacts on the ground. You do your part by spreading this message. The best we can do to protect the people that are on the ground right now is by keeping an eye and making sure, that we, because the way it is nowadays is anything that's hidden, the government will do whatever they want if there's no one monitoring, no one keeping an eye, and that's what we're trying to do. Give you an eye on what is happening, let you know what is happening on the ground. You do your part in spreading this message. Share it with your family, share it with your friends. Let's get as many people watching what is happening, and if you could share it on your Twitters and your Facebooks, and absolutely click like on the stream. That helps boost it up and get more people to view it. And if you want to be a super supporter and give us a super chat, I think is what it's called, that would absolutely be greatly appreciated as well. But on the ground right now, as in terms of what is happening, we are pretty much at a standstill. At Standstill, the police officers are standing in a straight line right in front of the protesters, and some yelling and screaming here and there, but nothing really serious.
And you know what we've actually noticed, and this is something that I've really just caught on to, the police officers there, especially the Windsor police officers, are quite nice to the protesters, and we've noticed previously that, some of them were even, standing with the protesters in regards to, letting them slide. If anybody wanted to come in, they would let them come through. They have a job that they have to do, but at the same time, they really feel for the cause, and they really understand why these protesters are protesting, and that, everybody has the right to their freedom. And this is something that we've seen with the police officers, and, with a lot of people that, even if they weren't with the cause, they were with the idea of everybody has the right to do what they want. If these protesters decide that they don't want masks, so be it. They have the right to not wear masks, but it should be optional. And the same for mask mandates. A lot of people are saying, for vaccine mandates, if they don't want to get their vaccines, that's fine. If you want to get it, you can get it, but don't enforce it on me that I can't go to work.
It's the fight for what they see as freedom and the right to be free to decide and choose what they want. And this is why this is, like I said, and I will say it again, a much bigger cause than a few truckers going out and trying to not want to get vaccinated. This is about the right to making that decision of whether you want to or not, you don't want to be vaccinated. And I've mentioned it earlier, and talking to a lot of the people on the ground, a lot of them are vaccinated. So this is not a vaccination scene. Even within the trucking industry, over 85% of the truckers within Ontario are vaccinated. So this is not just about vaccination. people are really, particularly with what's happened over the last while, are concerned that the government is using the powers that they've gained through COVID, and in an attempt to sort of pressure them into doing, what they want, what the government wants, rather than going through the proper ways of, the democratic ways. And giving people the right and the freedom to decide what they want to do. So that is really what these people see when you go out and to this fight. They really see their freedom on the line. They see their right to making their own decisions on the line. I mean, people are given the right to refuse treatment in the hospital. I mean, you can refuse chemotherapy. You can refuse life support. You can refuse CPR if you want to. And, if you're okay with that, you have the right to do that in Ontario and in Canada, but you can't refuse vaccination. So this is what, what's made some people upset and out in these protests. Now, the way that they're protesting, some will be with and some will be against that. And I'm not going to be the judge of that. Perhaps the government thinks that they may be, impacting the economy and concerned about the economy, but that is their way of showing that, they're upset. And they absolutely, they want to put pressure on the government. Yesterday, there was a lane that was opened up because, they wanted to ease things out. And there was some threats by police that they were just going to close everything down. So there was one lane that was opened up, a small lane for vehicles just returning. And a lot of these protesters, although they opened it, the protesters themselves and demonstrators opened up that lane, a lot of them were upset because they felt that this was putting less pressure. Now, some vehicles are going through, there's not as much pressure. So they are trying to put pressure, and that is the whole point, of their protests. Now, obviously, that will come at a cost, at least, based on what the government is saying, that will come at a cost, and that they are going to penalize a lot of these protesters. You were seeing in Ottawa, when the protesters happened, they were charged with, I think, $8 million lawsuit went out from the government against some of the protesters because they were obstructing businesses. So, it is absolutely a fight. Absolutely a fight on from all views. It's going to be a fight, and it is a fight right now, and the situation is absolutely extremely intense. Again, guys, I ask that you click that like button in support of this stream, see as many people, have as many people keep an eye on what's happening on the ground, and support the cause. And if you can share the stream with your family and friends, and sharing on your Twitters and Facebooks, that would be greatly appreciated. Super chats are always nice as well. Thanks, Alex, for the super chat, $5. Thanks a lot. We shall overcome, never surrender. This is our times 300. We're fighting global tyranny. This is about our personal bodily sovereignty. Never bend the knife. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate it. And absolutely, this is the way people are seeing it. People see this as a fight for their freedom, a fight for their right, and a fight not just for themselves. People are seeing this as a fight for the future of Canada and the freedom of Canada. So this is, a lot of all the protesters, I should say, Alex, are would say exactly what you're saying here, and that is why. They're really giving it their all and risking it their all, going out on these protests. Thank you for the super chat.
And you know what? With that discussion of really trying to put pressure, Windsor is really seeing that pressure take into play, and this is why, even though Doug Ford says we are not going to take any external influences, we are not going to open mandates, we've seen him come out and say, you know what? We feel like we should open up mandates and the medical health support it. So it's kind of weird. I do believe they might be getting some, they might be really deciding to change their thought process because of the impact. We've seen a lot of, automotive industry shut down. We've seen supplies and food stores.
I'm just going to add that people were saying that when the police first showed up, that there was a lot of hostility, from the officers towards the protesters on initial view. But right now, the situation is not yet like that. The police officers are actually reacting in a quite, the officers themselves, a quite civil way. I mean, they're not seeing any officers yelling. There's no encounters. And they seem, and I can tell you that, from what I've been reading from officers, a lot of officers are in support of this cause. But again, it's, they have a role and a job to fulfill, and on whether they will be willing to sacrifice, their careers and their role in order to stand up with protesters is a whole different story. But I can tell you that on a personal level, some of these officers do support this cause. And I can tell you this from discussions with officers themselves. So that's why you wonder what the reaction will be if orders are given to arrest protesters.
And I think we've talked about this yesterday. A lot of these officers have family or friends that agree with this cause. And
look, I think what we need to understand there, and maybe people sometimes don't get, is yes, there are a couple hundred people, but if you go out and you talk to people, you see a lot more people in support of this. Not everybody's on the street because not everybody's willing to sacrifice as much as the people that are out there. Nobody will be willing to risk a fine of $100,000 or jail time in order to support this cause. But really, in terms of their beliefs and whether they agree or disagree, a lot of people do agree. And like I said, this is, we're talking people that are vaccinated right now are protesting. And not every protester right now that is out there is not vaccinated. And this is a very high misconception. When you go out and talk to these protesters, the vast majority of them are vaccinated. So, but this is in their mind, we have the right to decide. We decided that we want to be. That is our right. But you can't force it on us.
We just got reports,
as you can see there, we're seeing some more protesters begin to join the lines as well from the Vax heading from Tecumseh over on to towards the university, towards the Ambassador Bridge. So the numbers of protesters, we are actually seeing a climb, believe it or not. And I think this is because of what is, the image that is being seen. These videos, these live streams are motivating people to, to join these protests. And that is a great thing. And that is why it's important to share this stream, share the image, share what's happening on the ground. So
liking it, that subscribe button as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it, share it with your family, share it with your friends.
Hit that subscribe button. I'm trying to get to. We're almost.
That's the least we can do is deliver the message and kind of get people to know what is happening on the ground. And if this is a cause that you believe in, absolutely. I mean, do what you wish.
Button. Show the support for them. But that being said, guys, we do have some breaking news. We just got reports that there is a trucking convoy en route only 35 minutes away. And those trucking convoys are coming from the Niagara River where a major protest was held. They're shifting their protest to come and support the Canadians on the Ambassador Bridge to really, try and increase the protesters. We're already seeing lots coming in, but there is a huge chunk that is going to arrive in the next 35 to 45 minutes. So I just thought I'd let you guys know what's really going on and how is that going to really impact the police presence and the police's thought process.
So this is huge actually. Again, I will mention this bridge is extremely significant to Ontario. This is a huge risk. This is actually globally, I believe it's the number one bridge in terms of commercial transport daily. $2 billion worth of commercial goods on this bridge every single day. You're talking, this is the economy of entire countries that we're talking about crossing this river every day. And to hold it still with no movement for, days even, will is a serious blow to the economy of any surrounding area. And automotive, parts are driving on this bridge every single day. And I can tell you that in Windsor, some factories have shut down. Chrysler has removed some shifts, and Ford and a lot of the feeder plants are shutting down because they're not getting their parts. So this is causing some serious implications and serious effects to the economy. And this is the type of pressure that these protesters want, actually. They do want to see some stoppage so that the government can really take a serious thought and think about what they're doing. So, like I said, if it does, that convoy out of Niagara does end up reaching the Ambassador Bridge and where these protesters are, it's going to be serious.
And I just want to clear a room here. I know there's a lot of news articles saying, that the Windsor police begins clearing out and they're removing. But as you guys can see, and all of our reports are saying, nothing is happening yet. A lot of these reports are rumors and are not really factual. But what we do see is, again, just lots of police. They did move forward earlier about 7 feet. Still numbers that are really insignificant. And they're actually letting people go in and out freely. So, again, nothing has really happened as of now. Pretty much at a standstill, except lots of protesters coming in, lots of police coming in, lots of people in this area. And, again, we did get reports that, on the 14th, the bridge will be reopened. Whether this is actually going to happen is something we will have to see. And whether they're actually going to be able to even open up the border, by the end of, or clear up the border by the end of today or tomorrow, is another thing that everybody's really on the lookout for. What we can tell is that a lot of people are losing jobs right now, automotive industry specific, because of this. But again, like these protesters say, this isn't about a job or about one individual. This is about the freedom of all Canadians, and this is why they're protesting. It's not just about truckers. It's not just about the automotive industry or anybody that crosses the border. It's about all Canadians and their freedom. And having a look here, once again, more police coming in, military style gear.
Yeah, I think part of what is happening and kind of what's shocked a lot of people that are viewing what is happening on the ground is the type of police presence. So we've seen armored vehicles, we've seen police helicopters, we're seeing special forces come in, tactical units, all kinds of police presence, and it's really shocking to see this type of police presence. We were expecting a large amount of police. We were expecting perhaps buses, for those arrests. But to see tactical units show up, to see armored vehicles, to see police helicopter come up. Some people were saying they've seen snipers on top of roofs. But to see this kind of, this type of police presence is really shocking to a lot of these protesters, and kind of takes this, puts these sorts of forces out of context as to, these normal forces are used for criminals, that are used for drug dealers and gangs, and to see them be present, in the, for protests is really a whole different story, particularly for protests where you're seeing a global view. Everybody's watching this all across the world, and to kind of see, for others to see that this is the way that the reaction, this is the type of presence that is seen for a protest is disappointing, to say the least.
And you know what?
Mr. Jotes, majority of Canadians agree with this response. I think there's a good chunk of Canadians that want to see their products get back on the shelves. They want to see an end to these protests. But I don't think a lot of Canadians want to see an unpeaceful end to these protests. I don't think a lot of Canadians want to see military vehicles and armored vehicles go out to disperse demonstrators. That is not necessary. I mean, particularly in Ontario and in Canada, there's no concern for guns. There's no concern. It's very safe. Windsor, particularly, is a very safe city. So to see police helicopters and special forces and tactical units is disappointing, to say, for at least for the vast majority of people within the Windsor area.
Yeah, and we've seen more than that. Like you said, people saying that they've seen snipers with scopes up top on roofs, machine gunners on top of armored vehicles. Like, again, this is something that you don't see.
This is it almost seems like it's a war response.
Yeah,
it's really shocking and disappointing. And then you hear, the government of Ontario saying we will provide Ontario with enforcement. They're sending Ontario Provincial Police and RCMP. that type of response for a couple hundred protesters, is it? It sounds like it seems like it's a little too much.
Yeah, and it is quite shocking. All that's left, really, if it was a war zone, was the military come down. And I wouldn't be shocked if, at this point, they do bring the military for just, 50, 100, even 150 people. Quite shocking to see this reaction. But, again, we are looking at it right now. Lots of protesters coming in. Still only 30, 35 minutes when we get the big chunk of protesters coming in from the Niagara River convoy, shifting their protest all the way to Windsor, to this Ambassador Bridge, to really help the protesters there and to really put more pressure on the police force in Windsor. There's going to be lots of trucks. Currently, as of this time, there's about 50 trucks parked in this area, blocking off the entrance points to the bridge, and a few hundred protesters. But still, again, we're going to have to see what happens, especially as more police officers show up from all across the district. London Police is currently there. We have RCMP, Ontario Provincial Police, and of course the Windsor Police with even all of the off-duty employees put on guard to come if anything.
Yesterday there was a report of Windsor police officers and Windsor Police Services complaining stating that their budget is way over because of the amount of overtime that's being offered to police officers to try and be present for these protests. So it's really kind of crazy to see what it's come down to. And like I said, I mean, these are protesters, are demonstrators, but by no means are they massive. I mean, we're getting a couple hundred really, people, a lot of support on the back of people supporting, financially. They're offering sandwiches and meals and drinks and gas and those sort of things. And being present on streams and support, through social media. But on the ground, it's a couple hundred people. So to have this kind of a huge response for a couple hundred people protesting is really
it's surprising. 100%. We are looking here. Nonetheless, guys, make sure you guys also hit that like button, show the support, spread this out, share it to your friends. We're doing our part of streaming it for you guys, but you guys do your part of spreading this out. Even if you aren't with the idea of the protesters blocking this Ambassador Bridge, even if you aren't, with it, you can go ahead and definitely show the support to let people know exactly what's going on. And this is kind
of our point here is not to show, we will be as neutral as possible, but the point here is not to show support or not support, but to deliver the message as to what's going on the ground. Even if things, will end, even if today the bridge will be cleared and things will return to normal, it needs to return to normal in a fashion that is civil, a fashion that's democratic, and a fashion that's kind of fair to everybody. Just because we're not happy with, something that these people on the roads that demonstrate, believe in. We don't believe the same thing. You may not believe the same thing. You may believe you're with vaccinations and everybody should get vaccinated, but they have the right to choose. And this is really what this is coming down to. And if you're telling them you don't have the right to choose, then first of all, you shouldn't tell them that without a cause. Right? I mean, we live in a society where, a free society where you have the right to decide, and there's a charter of rights and freedoms, and you can argue that. But at least, you can be nice about it. And we will see the reaction that we will get. I mean, to go out and instead of trying to explain, we are doing this for this cause and this is why we want to do it, to go out and threaten these protesters that have, a belief that they feel is just and they feel it's their right. Again, they're not really trying to harm anybody. They don't want to be vaccinated. They're not saying you don't have to be vaccinated, but for you to go out and say, you know what, you will have to be vaccinated, and if you don't leave right now, we're going to jail you for a year. We're going to, charge you with these $100,000 fines. You're going to lose your livelihood. You cancel, suspend your license. To approach it in this manner is I don't think it's the wisest of ways. You can try to, even if you disagree with them in their methods, you can approach it in a much more civil and less threatening manner. These are people within our communities. The truckers are among the hardest working people, and their job is among the hardest jobs, and they travel for days at a time, leaving their homes. The least is you can give them an explanation and try to work with them.
And what we've seen is Justin Trudeau not even willing to sit on the table with these protesters, and on top of all of that, with everything that's going on, and I think this is why they're really trying to protest. The idea is if they're trying to enforce things like vaccine mandates, right? For the vaccine mandate, let's say everybody says that's fine. What are these protesters doing? Let them go home, and they do leave. What ends up happening as a result of the government seeing people really letting everything slide is now if something else goes on, whether it's vaccinations or mask mandates or any other thing, they're more prone to go ahead and say, you know what, we're going to enforce this, and nobody can say anything about it. And so the idea,
I think people are concerned that the government is no longer following with what is their rights. I think the people see the government reacting in a way without consideration for what people have rights to decide to. They think that they can make the best decision for the people, and they need to follow these decisions. And that maybe at times that there are wise decisions that the government makes, but at the end of the day, people have the right to their own lives and what they choose to do with their lives, so long as it does not cause harm to others. And that is what people are saying. I mean, they're saying, we don't want to be vaccinated. We still wear the masks. You can get vaccinated if you wish. And, that is your right. So they are concerned that the government stepping outside of their boundaries, outside of their rights, and infringing on people's rights to their own decisions, as part of their own lives. So, again, people see this as a serious matter. People are willing to really risk their careers and their livelihood for this cause. So,
and it definitely shows, they are definitely putting everything on the line for this cause. They really care about it, and they are trying to, and they firmly believe with what they're trying to fight for, and that is, in their opinion, the freedom of all Canadians. And this is something that a lot of people have discussed on the fact that they're fighting for the freedom of all Canadians, and even if you can't or you don't agree with the vaccinations or any of these mandates that are happening, you have to agree with the fact that everybody has the right to themselves. And if somebody doesn't want something, if somebody doesn't want the vaccine mandate, especially if it doesn't impact others, they have the right to do so. They can reject the vaccinations because, you know what? At the end of the day, let's say he doesn't want to take the vaccine. The only person impacted is going to be him or her. And the same goes for the other way. If you do want to, the only person that's impacted is you. So everybody has the right to whatever they decide. And this is why, whether you side with them or not, what everybody can definitely agree with them on is that everybody has the right to their freedom of deciding what they want to do with their own, on their own, without the enforcement of the government really forcing their opinion on you and telling you don't have the right to do anything.
So, guys, if you are watching this stream, please click that like button. It helps the stream grow and it helps support us. And spread this message. Spread it out, family and friends, and on your Twitters and Facebooks. We really appreciate it. And there's a super chat option if you really would like to donate to the stream. That would be absolutely very greatly appreciated. But most important is that we spread this message so that we can, have as many people aware of what is happening on the ground as possible. But like I said, the latest updates, up to this point, still at a standstill. No real encounter between the police or any drama sort of between the police officers and the protesters. An expectation of a convoy coming out of Niagara Falls area. It was supposed to be there, in about, I think, 15 minutes ago. It was supposed to be there in about a half hour. So we're looking at about another 15 minutes before a convoy of truckers that were protesting in Niagara Falls and now decided to move over towards the Ambassador Bridge. So whether those truckers will be allowed in, that is another big question that we will find out in the next little while, because the roads leading to where these protesters are closed off. So are they going to be allowed in? We wonder what will happen. Up to yesterday, things were no vehicles were allowed through, but some pedestrians were. So we will have to see what happens over the next little while. Again, if you want to support us with by clicking that like button and you subscribe, and there's a super chat option. I think it's called super. Is it super chat?
Yeah.
Oh, super chat option.
There's like 100 messages, so it really stands out for the super chat. It just highlights it. We can't read it.
It highlights the message.
So it highlights the message, but this is a big deal right here that we have. Matt Maroon, because as you guys know, the Ambassador Bridge is privately owned, and he owns it. He urges the Canadian government to either end vaccine mandates or remove the vehicles to restart operations on the Ambassador Bridge. So it's not like he's fully denying the idea of.
So he wants his bridge. He wants his bridge to be back and running. He just wants to make money.
Yeah.
I don't think he's in support with anybody. So it sounds like, based on what you're reporting there, is that he's just saying, get things rolling. Off. Either get these trucks out of the way and get my trucks, get my bridge to make money again, or do what they want and get my bridge to make money again. So, as you may or may not know, the Ambassador Bridge was actually privately owned. It was built quite a number of years ago. So it is privately owned.
But yeah,
by a very rich man, for sure.
He really definitely wants his bridge cleared, whether it's by the government giving them what they want or, towing them. He just wants it cleared. And you know what? This could prove to show that the government is facing some pressure now on what to do. Everybody wants this bridge cleared, whether it's by giving the protesters what they want or doing some other type of action. And we definitely see, some changes here and people's thought process.
So the Ambassador Bridge is significant. It is significant because hundreds of millions of dollars travel over the Ambassador Bridge daily. Commercial goods every single day. So we're not talking small amounts of money. We're talking the kind of money that makes an impact on an entire country's economy. That is why you've seen Justin Trudeau talk about this Ambassador Bridge that's in a relatively small city, Windsor. So this, although the Ambassador Bridge is not the biggest bridge ever, the amount of product and commercial goods that travel across the Ambassador Bridge are huge, and they are, I believe it's 700 million a day. They are, I believe it's one of the top globally. And you're talking, Windsor is a manufacturing city, and particularly automotive parts, and same goes for Ontario and Michigan as well. And that is why you see the governor of Michigan go out and saying, we will support Ontario if they wish with heavy equipment to haul away these trucks and get the bridge back open. So this is some serious support being offered by the governor of Michigan, particularly because Ontario, the government of Ontario had requested some support from the 12 truck towing companies that they're contracted by, they have contracts with, and every single one of these 12 has declined offering any support to the government of Ontario.
Yeah, and like you said, it's not only just parts. A lot of people, use this border as work. A lot of people work across border, go on a daily basis.
Absolutely. And to add to that, shelves are starting to, there's some items that are missing off shelves right now.
I definitely have to say,
because of the closure of the bridge.
I went over to the dollar store to grab some chips and even Pepsi. It's quite funny. and none. You know, there's no sodas anymore. Half of them are not there. You know,
Definitely an
chips,
impact.
cookies.
There's definitely absolutely an impact, even to the regular, a regular person across Ontario. There's definitely some impact. I mean, it's not. We have not yet gotten to the point where there's a significant impact. I wouldn't say the shelves are empty, but it's definitely some products are low, and some products are missing for sure. Guys, again, if you have not yet clicked that like button on the stream, please do so. It helps support us, and it helps support, we're trying to give you the latest news with the latest updates. So if you could click that like button and share this stream with your friends and family, and on Twitter and Facebook, if you have those things, that would be greatly appreciated. Thanks so much. And we will keep you updated minute by minute as to how things progress. Now, there is a jamming of a lot of the, we're not sure, again, if it's an intentional or just kind of a lot of pressure on the signals from from the number of people that are streaming, but really it's near impossible right now to get any live footage from what is happening on the ground, but we have contact with people on the ground. This is footage from a couple of moments, a short while ago, that we're streaming for you guys. But yes, right now there's no live streams from anywhere near that area. So again, not sure if it is something intentional or if it's something just kind of too much pressure on signals. But there's no streams are going in, and even those that we've tried to connect are laggy and they're not showing the image properly. So unfortunately, we are still trying. We are still trying to get things, but every time we try, it gives us a very disrupted image, almost not worth looking at. So sorry, guys. There are police helicopters a bit earlier, flying on top. Again, I'm not sure if that impacts the signal or not, but it's definitely not a clear image. We're doing our part, guys. We're trying our best to give you the latest. I know this video is a little bit older. It's not that old. It's just probably a little while ago. But we are trying. As soon as we can get an image, a live footage, we will try. We will try and bring it to you. We will try and bring it to you for sure. If you guys want, if you can support the stream by sending in a super chat, that would be greatly appreciated, and it would really help out. But the most important thing is that you click that like button and you share it so that we can have the most amount of people aware of what is going on right now on the ground. Well. So share it with your family, share it with your friends, share it with your nice neighbor, and spread it on your Twitters and Facebooks.
Of course, and if you haven't subscribed already, guys, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Again, we are always here for the latest news and any breaking news that really comes up. We're the first people to be on it and to give you guys live footage of exactly what's going on. And definitely hitting that subscribe button will get you guys the latest news. But that being said, guys, we are back. And again, as you guys can see, we are showing you guys live down exactly what is going on this Ambassador Bridge. Now, we were able to obtain some footage, but it's not aerial footage. I can try and put it in here for you, but as of now, aerially, nothing much has changed.
Raving Noah. I'll take a blurry image over a canned one that doesn't show what's happening, but okay. So yeah, it's to be honest with you, Raving Noah, it's not worth looking at. It's the pixels are just, it's not even an image, I would say. We are trying. We're still working on it, and we will continue to work on it to get you what's happening on the ground live. We will, but we are telling you what's happening on the ground live from sources on the ground. So we're still trying to get an image. We're still trying to get an image from there, and we will upload it as soon as we can get a live feed again, a live image. We will. This is from a couple moments ago, lady worth knowing. But there's a jamming of a lot of the signals, so it's. We're trying to get it running again.
Yeah, and here in a little bit I'll be posting footage. Again, not aerial footage though, so you have to take that into account. But we have some live footage right here of the Ambassador Bridge walking. Again, loads of police vehicles are really starting to arrive once more
So Crypto Geek, you're able to get now. You're getting live images from somebody on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So
we're trying to get you some live images from people contacts that we have on the ground. So we're working on that. We're doing our best.
There we go. So.
Okay, there we go. We have some live image from some people on the ground. Yeah, I tell you guys, it's laggy, and I apologize about that. On the right, you see a bit of an older images, I believe, and on the left, you're seeing the new stuff that's on the ground.
Again, and they're just heading towards that Ambassador Bridge to show you guys. This is really just the outline. As they walk towards...
So you can see the police presence. Now they're closing roads all around leading into the Ambassador
cars
Bridge.
can go past these roads, really. Only police vehicles and people walking. And so this is why, as you can see, as you're heading towards the area, you're going to be able to see, a lot of these police vehicles, but really no other cars that are able to cross into that. And here we are as we head towards the Ambassador Bridge. Again, loads of police officers, but you begin now to see the protest, and it is right next to a food basic nearby and a Canadian Tire. But you can see in that area you have police officers, and then as you keep on going forward, you see a lot of protesters going ahead here. But a lot of people waving their flags, cheering, freedom, cheering throughout the protests. But and as you guys can see in the aerial footage on the right, as we go through here as well, you're going to see a lot of protesters. But we are waiting for that big convoy that's supposed to come through in a little bit and really go and it's going to be a big chunk of protesters coming to participate in this protest. A lot of them are shifting from the Niagara River region all the way onto the Ambassador Bridge to try and assist these protesters here. And I think this is going to be a big game changer when it happens. But here we are, as you guys can see. There we go. I'll try and get you guys to hear some of the audio as well, maybe.
Heading down to the bridge.
So they are heading down to the bridge as well.
Behind me. College Road in front of me. For Gerard first and then College.
Perfect. So there we go. As you guys can see right here, a lot of police is also there as well.
Oh, yeah, you heading home now? Okay. Coming back.
And if we quickly... Freedom, somebody says. By the way, guys, make sure you guys go ahead and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, show your support for the stream as well, and for everybody. Again, another officer just cut right in front of the video right here, as you can see. There you go. As you can see, undercover police officers. We see tactical units, machine gun armored vehicles, lots of police presence, lots of RCMP officials.
Ask some of these guys what's going on down there. See if they want to say anything.
And again, as we head towards, you're going to see a bigger portion of protesters all begin to come.
Hello? What's going on at college? Not too much? Yes, Aaron. Do it. Yes.
Nate, pleasure, Nate.
Alright guys, so currently you do have live feeds of exactly what's going on this protest right now. On the left side, you're going to find in person on the ground. On the right side is aerial live footage of exactly what's going on.
Nate, pleasure, Nate.
You're crossing the road and then
Pleasure. Nate. Nate. Pleasure. Nate.
This is live footage. That's live.
Yes, I do. Harvest
Oh, big attack the Canadians!
No, he's as scared as they are.
I think probably wanting to warm up, get some food, stuff like that.
There for a second, we'll be right back.
Yes, I do. Harvest
Oh, big attack the Canadians! Stand free, I love it!
No, he's as scared as they are.
She says we need more people. She's going up to get food. So that's what I figured. People have all been here for a long time, and it's actually pretty cold. Where the party is I think you're right. It's right in between 5 and minus 10.
Hello, guys. We've not forgotten about you. Just kind of keeping the stream running. Things are pretty much, as you can see, at a standstill. Not much of a change on the ground other than the police presence. As you can probably see, there's heavy police presence, and it's not just any heavy police presence. It seems like it's I mean, you're seeing military vehicles, grade vehicles, you're seeing special forces, tactical units, police helicopters, you can see, and some people are saying they spotted some officers on top of buildings with scopes. So there's a significant police presence for this protest, and the number of protesters though we're seeing is actually gone up. Yes, it is live, streams are live. So the number of protesters that you're seeing actually has gone up compared to earlier on in the day. So extremely, a lot of these protesters are extremely happy that they're seeing. There was a bit of a dwindle in the numbers this morning, a couple hundred probably, and then the police forces actually created a box around the protesters. But as the number of protesters climbed up, we started seeing officers back up a little bit and allow for a larger number of crowds. Now there is a demonstration, there is a group of demonstrators that are coming out of Niagara, and they should be arriving at any moment now. So we could see this even get bigger. And like I said a little while ago, according to Ambassador Bridge authorities, the bridge is going to be closed until the 14th. So we will have to see. A lot of action, a lot of shouting from the protesters towards the officers. They're not shouting at the officers themselves. They're shouting in disappointment with the rules. They're shouting freedom and we will keep our rights and things of that nature. This is absolutely a peaceful protest up to this point. So we'll have to see. A lot of the officers, to be very fair, are friendly. We've not seen any encounters or any sort of pushback from the officers or pushing our protesters. They did approach a bit closer than they had been over the last couple of days. There was a bit of a distance between them and the demonstrators over the last couple of days. That is no longer the case. Right now, officers are basically face-to-face with demonstrators. Now, keep in mind that even before all of this, there were some officers that had made it clear that they are not with this decision. They are actually in support of the demonstrators and the right to get or not get the vaccine. So, but yeah, absolutely no change on the ground other than heavier police presence compared to the days prior, but no involvement by the police as of yet. All right, we're sitting right now at approximately near 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We will keep you posted with the latest updates. That is our part. That is what we promised to try and do for you guys. Well, what I ask from you is that you click that like button and you share this stream with as many people as you can. Start with your friends and family. If you can share on your Twitters and Facebooks. A super sticker is a really nice way of you. If you'd like to support the stream, we'd really appreciate it. Most important is to share the message and spread the word. So Mike Baiko says freedom. Joanne Murphy says they need more people. There are more people joining in from Niagara Falls. It looks like any minute now. The convoy was supposed to be arriving about a half an hour ago. They were saying they were a half hour away, so should be arriving any moment. Mike Boyle, David is a troll. Nading Noah, they do need more people. Yes, they do. But again, the numbers are a lot more than they have been this morning. Paul Allen, just intrudo. Ruby, the audio is a loop. Audio is a loop. Angus, send more. Okay, so just to give you guys the latest updates again, everything's pretty much at a standstill on the ground. You're seeing some live images from Windsor on the Ambassador Bridge as to what is happening on the ground. Heavier police presence compared to the last couple of days. But still, calm between police officers and the demonstrating crew. I'm reading a lot of messages of people complaining.
Marching forward every 5 to 10 minutes. They were marching forward like 10 steps or so, and then back up today. And since noon, it's 4 o'clock now, and since noon, no one
So guys, I'm gonna see if I can improve the sound there that you guys are hearing. Some people complain about looping the sound, so I'm gonna fix that. Just hold on tight, okay?